People talk about destiny like it's a gift, like being born important should feel wonderful. But I inherited a war that ended before I was born. I inherited enemies I've never met. I inherited a family that never existed. I know my father through whispers, through fear, through stories told carefully by people who survived him. Monster, dark lord, murderer, legend. Every story sounds different, except for one thing: nobody ever calls him Father. I used to imagine what his voice sounded like, whether he'd recognize me, whether he'd look at me and know I wasn't trying to change history. I was trying to go home. The problem was I never had one. I wasn't trying to become a legend. I was trying to become someone's daughter. And my mother, people tell stories about devotion, about loyalty, about madness, about obsession. Nobody tells stories about Bellatrix the woman. Only Bellatrix the weapon, the fanatic, the monster, the warning. And maybe that's unfair, because before she became terrifying, she must have been a girl, a lonely girl, a frightened girl, a girl who wanted someone to choose her. So I collected fragments, a wand, a diary, old stories, a surname, pieces of two ghosts, and called them family. Because if you don't have memories, you build them. If you don't have answers, you invent them. And if you don't have parents, you start searching for them everywhere. I wasn't trying to change history. I was trying to go home. The problem was I never had one. I wasn't trying to save the past. I was trying to find a place inside it. Do you know what loneliness does? Not ordinary loneliness, the kind that follows you into every room, the kind that sits beside you at every meal, the kind that whispers that if you were important enough, someone would have stayed, someone would have come back, someone would have wanted you. And eventually loneliness grows teeth. Everyone says I became dangerous, as though danger appeared overnight, as though daughters are born obsessed, as though grief leaves no scars. But I spent my whole life standing in the shadow of people I never met, trying to live up to legends, trying to earn love from ghosts. And the cruelest part, I think my mother would have loved me in her own broken way. But my father, I don't think he would have known how. I searching through history for people who are already gone. Searching for family inside stories, searching for love inside fear, searching for home inside ruins. And maybe that's my tragedy. Not that I was alone, not that I was forgotten, but that I loved people who could never love me back. If my mother had met me, she would have called me proof. If my father had met me, he would have called me useful. And somehow that's worse than being forgotten, because all I ever wanted was to be someone's daughter.
I spent my childhood missing someone I never knew, building you from photographs, from stories, from everyone else's memories. The brave father, the hero, the man who died for us. Then I saw the lake, and suddenly everything cracked.
I know.
No, I don't think you do. Because Severus wasn't my professor there, wasn't a Death Eater, wasn't a spy. He was just a boy, and you looked proud. I was 15. Everyone keeps saying that, as though age makes humiliation hurt less. I wanted to be like you, that's what hurts. I wanted your courage, your loyalty, your friends, your life. And then I saw that memory and wondered how much of you was real. You know what nobody tells children? The people they admire were children once too. Arrogant, stupid, cruel, frightened.
You?
Frightened?
Of course.
People like me just hide fear behind confidence.
And Severus hid it behind anger.
Yes, funny. You hated each other for the same reasons.
Perhaps.
You made him a joke. I know. You made everyone laugh. I know. And serious laugh. Peter laughed. Remus said nothing.
I know.
Do you? Because I spent years being angry at Snape. Then I saw that memory, and suddenly I was angry at you. Do you know how awful that feels? Finding out your hero could be someone's villain. I looked at you and saw everything I hated. The arrogance, the certainty, the need for an audience. And the worst part, for one horrible moment, I understood why Severus never got over it. Neither did I.
What?
You think that memory only haunted him? Lily looked disappointed, Remus looked ashamed. And for the first time I looked at myself and didn't like what I saw.
People say you changed.
Because I did.
Why?
Because eventually being admired stopped mattering, and becoming better started mattering more.
Was it difficult?
God, yes. People talk about redemption like it's noble. Most of the time, it's embarrassing. You spend years realizing how many things you got wrong.
Do you know what I hated most?
What? I still wanted you to be proud of me.
Even after that memory.
Even after all of it.
Harry.
I wanted to stop it my
couldn't.
Because you're still my father.
Because you still died for me.
Because I still love you.
And I hated that.
I never wanted perfection for you.
No, I wanted something better.
What's better than perfect?
Honest.
Maybe that's the real lesson.
Not that heroes aren't fallen.
Not that villains are simple.
Not that people are bold.
Exactly.
You were brave.
Sometimes.
You were loyal.
Mostly.
You were cruel.
Yes.
You were my father.
Always. And somewhere between memory and truth, a hero became human. I still don't like that memory.
Neither do I.
I still get angry.
You should.
I still miss you.
I know.
I know.
You speak of greatness like it lives inside a name. Like crowns create wisdom, like bloodlines create worth. You speak of ancient houses as though age alone creates honor. But I have watched proud banners fall and humble people rise. Because titles are inherited, character is not.
The Lord is not the one who sits highest. The Lord is the one who carries the most.
Not the first to eat,
The last,
not the safest,
the most responsible.
not the one served by others, the one who serves them. You admire power because power looks beautiful from afar. Silver halls, golden crowns, ancient names carved into stone. But power is not glory. Power is responsibility. Power is hearing fear in someone's voice before they ask for help. And leadership is not control, it is stewardship. The Lord is not the one who commands loyalty. The Lord is the one who earns it. Not through fear,
Not through status,
not through blood,
but through service,
through protection.
through sacrifice.
The old houses forgot why they were built. They inherited privilege and called it virtue, inherited power and called it wisdom, inherited fear and called it respect. And little by little, they forgot the people they were meant to protect. Etiquette was never meant to make you superior. It was meant to teach restraint. Tradition was never meant to imprison the living.
It was meant
To carry lessons forward.
History was never meant to glorify the dead. It was meant to warn the living.
Strength is not
status.
Strength is remaining gentle when bitterness would be easier. A Lord stands first when danger arrives. A Lord eats last
When food runs short,
The Lord remains calm.
when fear spreads,
The Lord listens.
when children cry,
The Lord teaches.
when people fail,
The Lord lifts.
when people fall.
You wish to wear a crown? Then understand what crowns become. Heavy things. Heavy enough to steal sleep. Heavy enough to bend backs. Heavy enough to turn bright souls into tired ones. Because power is not freedom. Power is weight. And here is the secret. Most rulers never admit the best leaders are often the ones who never wanted power for themselves.
The Lord is not wealth,
The Lord is not blood.
the Lord is not status, the Lord is not fear.
The Lord is responsibility,
Service,
protection,
mercy,
patience,
love.
And if your title teaches anything less than that, then your title is not worth wearing.
When the feast is over, when the banners fade, when history becomes memory, only one question remains.
Were the people safer because you lived? Do you know what I hate most about you? Not the murders, not the war, not even what you did to my parents. It's that every time I saw your memories, I kept finding pieces of myself. The cupboard, the loneliness, the anger, the feeling that nobody was coming. And God, I hated that. Because it frightened you. Because it made sense. You think we're different. We are.
You grew up unwanted, so did I. You grew up angry, so did I. You learned early that the world could be cruel, so did I.
Then why does your story end with bodies? And mine doesn't?
Because nobody saved me.
No.
Because eventually you stopped seeing people.
That's what makes me angry.
Not that you suffered, not that you were lonely, not that the world failed you. I understand all of that. I understand it too well. What I don't understand is looking at another frightened child
And deciding they deserve your pain too. You think love saved you? No. Love died constantly. My parents, Sirius, Remus, Fred, Cedric. The people I loved kept disappearing.
Yet you still chose people.
Yes. Why? Because every loss taught me how precious people are. You learn the opposite lesson. That's the part I keep questioning, the part I can't solve. At what point did Tom Riddle disappear? Was it the orphanage, the cave, the diary, the first murder, the first Horcrux? Tell me, when did you stop wanting to be understood and start wanting to be feared? Fear is reliable, people leave. Fear stays. That's the saddest thing you've ever said. It's true. No, it's what happened to you. That's different.
Maybe nobody came.
Maybe nobody noticed.
Nobody noticed.
Maybe every adult failed you.
Maybe every warning sign
Was ignored.
Maybe every person who should have helped looked away. Maybe you're right. Maybe the world created Voldemort.
Finally. But Voldemort created Voldemort too.
because every time you hurt someone,
You chose.
every time you frightened a child,
You chose.
every time
You made another lonely boy feel the way you once felt.
you chose.
And that's why we aren't the same. Not because I was better,
Not
because I was stronger.
because
Every day I woke up angry and still decided the anger wasn't in charge.
You think that makes you special? No. I think it makes me human. That's what you never understood. The goal was never to be powerful. It was to stay human. People say monsters are born evil.
That's because it makes them comfortable.
Comfortable? If monsters are born, no one has to ask what created them. I remember cold beds, gray walls, adults too tired to notice which children cried at night.
And eventually you stopped crying.
Because nobody came.
Exactly.
I wanted someone to stay.
People always leave.
That hurt.
Then stop needing them. I didn't want people to fear me.
But fear worked.
I wanted friends.
Fear was easier.
I wanted to belong.
Power belongs to itself.
When Dumbledore arrived, I thought everything would change.
It did. I thought Hogwarts would fix me.
No place can fix what nobody understands.
But I wasn't alone anymore.
You were admired.
That's different.
People liked me.
People admired what you could do.
Isn't that the same thing?
No,
And learning that changed everything. I watched other students receive Christmas gifts.
I remember.
Letters from home.
I remember.
Parents waiting at King's Cross.
I remember every single one.
jealous?
No.
Liar.
Yes.
When did I become you?
Slowly.
When the first time fear felt safer than trust, the first time power felt safer than love, the first time admiration
Felt safer than friendship.
Can I still become someone else?
I don't know.
You do know.
Maybe.
Then tell me someone would have needed to love us more than they feared us. I didn't want to be a monster.
Neither did I.
I wanted a family.
I wanted certainty.
I wanted someone to stay.
I wanted to never hurt again.
And somewhere between loneliness and power, Tom Riddle disappeared.
Were we ever?
Do you know what I noticed first?
What?
You look exhausted.
Funny.
People usually notice the scar.
No.
I recognize that look.
Which look?
The one people get when they've been carrying too much for too long.
People compare me to heroes.
People compare me to martyrs.
I never wanted either.
Neither did I.
Then how did we end up here?
Because nobody else stepped forward.
We were boys, just boys, not legends, not symbols, not stories. We were frightened children who saw something wrong and couldn't look away. One walked into a cave, one walked into a forest. Both thought they would never come back.
Do you regret it?
No,
You?
no,
Terrified.
but no. When I walked into the forest, I thought about everyone. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Lupin, the Weasleys.
Everyone. I thought about Creature
Just Creature?
and Sirius.
Really?
Of course, he was my brother.
He missed you.
I know.
I wish you told someone.
I wish I'd had someone to tell.
You had Sirius.
Not anymore.
Fair. We carried secrets. We carried burdens. We carried wars built by older hands. And somehow children became responsible for fixing what adults broke. That's not fair.
No.
It isn't. You found out about the Horcruxes.
One of them.
And you still went. You found out you had to die. And I still went.
Funny.
What?
People call Gryffindors brave.
And
I've never met a braver Slytherin than the one standing in front of me.
I've never met a braver Slytherin than the one standing beside me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know what I envied?
What?
You got to come back.
You got to see if it mattered. You got to see Voldemort fall.
You got to see people heal.
It did matter.
I know.
Your choice mattered too.
History didn't seem to think so.
History gets things wrong.
You know what I think?
What?
You were the first one.
First what? The first Death Eater who looked and chose humanity instead.
I never thought about it that way. We were boys looking for purpose, looking for belonging, looking for something worth believing in.
One found a cave,
One found a forest, one died beneath the water,
one died beneath the trees.
but both chose people over fear,
Both chose love,
over power,
both chose.
humanity over darkness.
Tell me something.
What?
Was it worth it?
Every single person who got to grow old is my answer.
Good. Then we didn't die for nothing. People always thought we were opposites. Because we were. Were we? You were kind. I tried. You were loved. Not always. More than I was. You know what I remember? The train, first year, a frightened boy, trying very hard to look dangerous.
And I remember a boy trying very hard to look harmless.
Funny,
Not really.
You thought the world hated you,
It often did.
so did mine.
No,
Yours feared you, mine ignored me. We were clever boys, lonely boys,
boys carrying secrets.
too heavy for children.
One hid fangs,
One hid bruises, one feared the moon.
one feared tomorrow. And somehow neither of us learned
How to ask for help. You had friends,
I had James,
serious,
Peter,
exactly.
and you had Lily.
For a while she cared,
Until I gave her reasons not to.
you know. I hated what happened by the lake.
You laughed,
No, Sirius laughed,
James laughed.
Peter laughed.
I stayed silent.
Sometimes silence is worse.
I know.
That's why I still regret it.
Do you know what I hated most?
What?
You.
Me?
Because you knew better.
James was arrogant.
Sirius was reckless.
Peter followed.
But you understood and you said nothing.
You're right.
We knew better, that's the tragedy.
Not ignorance.
Not you, not mistakes.
We knew
And still,
we failed people.
who trusted us?
You think I was stronger than you?
Weren't you?
No,
I spent my life apologizing.
for things I couldn't control.
And I spent mine.
Punishing people for things they didn't do.
God,
Yes,
there it is.
you carried anger.
You carried shame.
Neither of us put it down.
No, we just got older.
Do you know what scares me?
What?
That Harry needed adults, and all he found were wounded children pretending to be adults.
Dumbledore,
Sirius,
you,
me,
all of us.
you're not wrong.
I know.
I looked at Harry,
And saw James,
I looked at Harry,
and saw hope.
both unfailed.
Selfish,
Yes,
we were broken boys, broken men. Teachers trying to guide children.
through wounds we never healed.
One hit bitterness, one hit guilt.
One survived through anger.
One survived through kindness, and neither path ever truly fixed us.
Do you think Lily would have forgiven us?
You
Maybe.
and you.
I don't know.
That's the answer that hurts.
We spent so long trying to survive our past that we forgot how to live beyond it.
You always hated me,
You made it easy.
and yet here we are,
Unfortunately,
still charming as ever,
still arrogant as ever.
fair.
Fair.
Do you know what always amused me?
This should be dreadful.
You spent years acting as though we were nothing alike.
Because we weren't.
Weren't we?
You were wealthy, admired, respected, feared. There's a difference not in your world.
Perhaps not.
Tell me, what were you taught as a child?
That usefulness creates value.
I was taught blood creates value.
And neither lesson was love.
No, it wasn't.
We learned worth had to be earned.
Respect.
Had to be earned. Affection had to be earned.
Everything.
Had to be earned. And children raised that way
Grow into adults who never believe they are enough.
I thought intelligence would save me.
I thought status would save me.
Did it?
No,
You.
no.
My father taught obedience.
Mine taught fear.
My father valued perfection.
Mine valued power.
Neither knew gentleness.
Neither cared to learn it.
And then Voldemort arrived.
Yes, everything suddenly seemed simple.
Power often does,
Especially for frightened men.
especially for lonely boys. He offered certainty. He offered purpose.
He offered belonging. And people mistake those things for wisdom
More often than they should.
Do you know what I feared most? Failure.
Draco,
Not losing him.
failing him.
I understand.
Do you?
More than you think.
Do you know what I feared most?
Potter.
No.
Myself.
That one day I would become the man I hated.
And did you?
Sometimes.
So did I.
I pushed Draco too hard.
I pushed Potter too hard.
I thought pressure created strength.
So did I.
And did it?
No.
No.
It created frightened children.
Children hiding, panic behind arrogance.
Children pretending confidence.
Children desperate for approval.
God.
Yes,
I feared Draco would become weak.
I feared Potter would become James.
realization hurts.
It should.
We miss a fear for guidance,
Control for protection, distance for discipline,
silence for strength,
the children paid.
for wounds.
We never healed ourselves.
We called it preparation.
We called it responsibility.
We called it doing our best.
But fear
Wears many disguises, and some look remarkably like love. Do you think Draco forgave me?
eventually,
You sound certain.
because he loved you.
Do you think Potter forgave you?
Eventually,
How do you know?
because he was better than either of us.
That's irritating,
Exceptionally,
and yet comforting.
yes, comforting.
Perhaps that is how healing begins,
Not with absolution,
but with finally seeing.
what we became. People always placed us on opposite sides. Because we were we? You fought for love. I fought for power. Did you? No, not really. I didn't think so. You always were irritatingly perceptive, and you always hid the truth behind confidence. Fair. Tell me something. Why him? Why James? James wasn't perfect. Neither was he. James grew. Tom didn't. No, that is the difference. No, that's the outcome. Go on then. The difference is what we wanted from them. Meaning, I wanted James to become better. I wanted Tom to choose me. That sounds pathetic when you say it aloud. That's because it hurt, yes. Love should make people kinder. Obsession doesn't. No, it doesn't. We loved fiercely. We loved completely. We loved people who changed our lives forever. One love built a future. One love consumed it. One gave life. One demanded sacrifice. And neither of us walked away unchanged. Do you know what I hated about you? Only one thing, your certainty. You always seemed to know what mattered. I didn't. You did. No, I was frightened all the time. You never looked frightened, neither did you. Fair again. I thought power would protect people. Did it? No, I know. I thought loyalty was enough. Was it? No, I know. You're very annoying. I've been told. Do you know the worst part? Tell me. I would have died for him. Without hesitation. Without question. Without regret. I know. And he would have watched. Yes, that's cruel. That's true. I died for someone too. Your son. Yes. Do you regret it? Never. Not even once. Not even once. How? Because Harry lived. I think that's the difference between us. What is? When you loved someone, they became more important than you. When I loved someone, he became the only thing that mattered. You were lonely, so were you. Not like you, not like me. You wanted belonging, I wanted devotion. You wanted certainty, I wanted someone to tell me I mattered. You mattered already. No one told me that. And let me say it now. You're wasting kindness. Maisie, you really would have hated me. Probably. And yet, I think we would
understood each other.
I think so too. We were daughters, we were dreamers, we were women trying to build meaning inside a broken world. One chose hope, one chose obsession, one became a mother, one became a warning. Yet beneath every choice lived the same hunger to matter, to belong, to be loved. Do you think he ever loved me? No, I know. Do you think James loved you? Every day. That must have been nice. It was. Perhaps that's the real tragedy. What is? Not that I loved the wrong person, that I never learned what love was supposed to feel like.
I loved someone long before I understood what love was meant to be.
A girl beside a quiet lake,
A hand that reached for mine,
a kindness in the darkness.
I never learned to keep.
I loved someone too.
Though perhaps
Love is not the proper word,
he entered every room,
and fear itself stepped back.
and for the first time I thought I'd found something
Greater than loneliness.
She saw who I was.
He saw what I could become.
She wanted me better.
He wanted me useful.
We gave everything, every loyalty, every dream, every piece of ourselves.
And somehow we still ended alone.
One
Loved a woman who chose another. One loved a man who chose no one.
when she looked disappointed,
The world stood still.
one word,
One mistake
one moment,
I would undo forever.
and suddenly
The only person who truly knew me was gone.
when he looked at me,
I felt chosen.
when he praised me,
I felt alive.
and that should have frightened me,
Because no soul
should ever hold such power.
over another.
After she left,
I told myself I didn't care.
I buried everything,
The grief,
the shame,
the loneliness,
I wrapped it all in anger.
and called it strength.
After I chose him,
I stopped asking questions.
every doubt became betrayal,
Every fear became weakness.
every cruelty became necessary.
And I called that loyalty.
We called it devotion,
We called it purpose.
we called it destiny.
Anything except what it truly was.
A desperate hunger.
To matter to someone.
Do you know what hurts most?
Not losing her.
Not even surviving her.
It's knowing
That if she saw me now,
she would mourn the person I became.
do you know what hurts most?
Not Azkaban,
Not the war,
not even dying.
it's knowing,
I would have given him everything
and he would have noticed my absence.
for less than a moment.
I begged him to spare her.
I would have begged him to choose me.
He refused.
He
still I stayed.
And still I stayed.
For her memory,
For his approval.
for what she represented.
For what I imagined he was.
How many years
Can a person spend?
chasing a shadow?
How many nights can a heart survive?
On memories alone,
How many pieces of yourself
can you sacrifice?
before nothing remains?
I spent years protecting her son.
I spent years serving my master.
Neither of us moved on.
Neither of us healed.
We simply learned
How to carry the wound.
and call it purpose.
The tragedy was never that we loved.
The tragedy was who we loved.
One heart frozen in grief. One heart consumed by longing. Two lives spent chasing shadows that could never belong to us.
And perhaps that is why we understand each other.
Because we both know
What it means to build an entire life.
around someone else's absence.
Did she ever love you?
No,
Did he ever love me?
no.
Then why did we stay?
Because sometimes people mistake pain.
For devotion.
And sometimes people mistake obsession.
For love.
And still,
We stayed.
and still,
We hoped.
and still,
We waited.
for people.
Who were never coming back.
Strange, isn't it?
What?
How two lives can be ruined.
By wanting to be loved,
No.
not ruined,
Just
spent.
and still.
We stayed. And still, we stayed.
People always tell me
You loved me.
as if that changes anything.
You died
Before my first word,
before my first step.
before I ever knew your face.
And everyone expects me.
To find comfort in that.
How?
Tom,
I know what they told you.
that I was weak,
That I gave up.
that I simply stopped living.
But stories are easier than the truth.
Then tell me,
The truth hurts.
good.
You left me.
I carried you.
You abandoned me.
I chose you.
You weren't there.
I stayed as long as I could.
And somewhere between love and loss, something was never understood.
Do you know what childhood felt like?
Cold beds,
Gray walls,
no one waiting,
no one coming.
no one choosing me.
I learned quickly,
That needing people hurts.
so I stopped.
No,
You learned fear,
there is a difference.
I knew fear too.
My father, my brother, my entire life.
I knew what it meant to be unwanted.
And that is why I wanted better for you.
I could have walked away.
I could have left
I could have chosen myself.
for the first time in my life.
but I didn't.
Why?
Because
Because you were my son.
Then why wasn't love enough?
Because love can save a child.
It cannot always save a mother.
That's not fair.
No.
It isn't.
People call you weak, I called you weak. Because if you loved me, you should have survived.
You should have stayed.
You should have fought harder.
I was fighting every day.
I carried you when I was starving.
I carried you when I was alone.
I carried you when I had nothing left.
And when you were born, I looked at you.
And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid.
Then why do I remember nothing?
Because love isn't always remembered.
Sometimes it is simply given.
And look what I became.
I know.
A monster.
No.
A lonely boy who mistook power for safety.
You should hate me.
I can't.
After everything.
Why? Because before Voldemort,
Before the war,
before the fear,
there was just Tom.
and he was mine.
I spent my whole life believing
Nobody wanted me. Nobody chose me.
nobody loved me.
You were loved
Not enough.
more than you knew.
Too briefly.
Yes. And maybe that is the tragedy. Not that love was absent, but that it arrived. Too wounded to stay.
Were you really that broken?
Yes.
And you still loved me?
More than you ever knew.
My son,
I did not die because I didn't love you. I died loving you.
do you know what I see when I look at you?
What?
Myself, a few decades later.
That's impossible.
Is it?
The same family,
The same house,
the same expectations.
the same lessons whispered long before Hogwarts, pure blood,
Family honor,
legacy,
duty.
the same fear.
We were raised to kneel before darkness, raised to wear pride like armor, raised to mistake fear for loyalty.
One walked into the cave, one lowered his wand.
Both chose humanity.
Only one came home.
I didn't feel brave.
Neither did I.
Everyone talks about courage like it feels noble.
It doesn't.
It felt like terror.
Exactly.
I couldn't kill him.
No.
I tried.
God, I tried!
Because everyone expected me to. Because my family was trapped.
Because Voldemort was watching!
Because failure meant death.
And I still couldn't do it.
Good. Good?
The day murder becomes easy is the day you've already lost yourself!
We were children dressed as soldiers, children carrying wars. We never
One inherited it unwillingly.
Both discovered too late
What monsters truly are.
When I learned the truth, I was alone.
No professors, no order, no family, no rescue.
Just a cave, cold water, a locket, and a choice.
I thought I was alone too.
But you weren't.
No, I just didn't know it yet.
I lowered my wand,
And I thought that was the end. I thought I'd die. I thought Mother would die. I thought everyone would die. And somehow
someone still cares.
Severus,
Yes.
your mother,
Yes.
even Potter.
Yes. Then don't waste it.
Do you ever regret it?
The cave,
Choosing good,
never,
dying,
maybe,
being forgotten,
sometimes,
but not the choice.
never the choice.
Because for one moment
One brief moment,
I was finally better.
then the person they wanted me to become. We were sons of ancient houses, sons of frightened families,
Sons of men who confuse fear for strength.
one died beneath the water,
One survived the war.
those turned away from darkness.
Both paid a price, but only one
Lived long enough to discover who he truly was.
Tell me something.
What?
Are you happy?
Not yet.
Good.
That means your story
Isn't finished.
Mine was.
Yours doesn't have to be.
Do you know what I see? When I look at you,
What?
myself, a few decades later.
That's impossible.
Is it?
The same family,
The same house,
the same expectations,
the same lessons whispered long before Hogwarts, pure blood,
family honor,
legacy,
duty.
the same fear.
we were raised to kneel before darkness, raised to wear pride like armor, raised to mistake fear for loyalty.
One walked into the cave, one lowered his wand.
Both chose humanity.
Only one came home.
I didn't feel brave.
Neither did I.
Everyone talks about courage like it feels noble.
It doesn't.
It felt like terror.
Exactly.
I couldn't kill him.
No.
I tried
God, I tried!
because everyone expected me to. Because my family was trapped.
Because Voldemort was watching,
Because failure meant death.
and I still couldn't do it.
Good. Good?
The day murder becomes easy is the day you've already lost yourself.
We were children dressed as soldiers, children carrying wars. We never started. One followed darkness willingly,
One inherited it unwillingly.
both discovered too late.
What monsters truly are.
When I learned the truth, I was alone.
No professors, no order, no family, no rescue.
Just a cave, cold water, a locket, and a choice.
I thought I was alone too.
But you weren't.
No, I just didn't know it yet.
I lowered my wand, and I thought that was the end. I thought I'd die, I thought Mother would die, I thought everyone would die, and somehow someone still cares.
Severus,
Yes.
your mother,
Yes.
even Potter.
Yes. Then don't waste it. Do you ever regret it?
The cave,
Choosing good,
never,
dying,
maybe,
being forgotten,
sometimes,
but not the choice.
never the choice.
Because for one moment,
One brief moment,
I was finally better.
then the person they wanted me to become. We were
Sons of ancient houses, sons of frightened families,
Sons of men who confuse fear for strength.
one died beneath the water,
One survived the war.
both turned away from darkness.
Both paid a price, but only one
Lived long enough to discover who he truly was.
Tell me something.
What?
Are you happy?
Not yet.
Good. That means your story isn't finished. Mine was.
Yours doesn't have to be.
You complain about the rules, every single one of you. The curfew, the chores, the consequences, the way I separate rooms, the way I stop arguments before they become disasters. And somehow every time I say no, I become the villain. Sirius laughs, Tom negotiates, Severus argues, Bellatrix provokes, Harry volunteers for danger, Regulus volunteers for sacrifice. And somehow I'm expected to keep all of you alive. Do you know what I see? Because apparently none of you do. I see frightened people pretending to be fearless. I see children pretending to be adults. I see wounds pretending to be personalities. And somehow I seem to be the only one who remembers that. Do you know why I check the wards? Because some of you would leave. Do you know why I count heads? Because I've lost people before. Do you know why I ask if you've eaten? Because neglect starts small. Do you know why I force apologies? Because pride destroys families faster than curses. You think the rules exist to control you? They don't. The rules exist because every one of you has a talent for self-destruction. You see restrictions, I see guardrails. You see
see punishment, I see prevention. And every time I correct someone, the others laugh. Every time consequences happen, someone jokes, someone complains, someone ignores the lesson. And 3 days later, we're having the same argument again. Do you know what leadership feels like? Not power. Pressure. Pressure when someone disappears. Pressure. When someone stops sleeping. Pressure. When someone says they're fine, and you know they're lying. After all of you go to bed, I walk the halls, I check the wards, I check the locks, I make sure nobody is crying alone. I make sure nobody left angry, I make sure the house is still standing. And then I sit down and wonder if I got it wrong. Too harsh, too soft, too late, too tired. So yes, be annoyed. Tell me the rules are stupid. Tell me I'm overprotected. I've heard it all before, but when the nightmares come, you know where you go. When panic wins, you know who you find. When you're scared, when you're hurt, when the bravado finally breaks, you come to me. Because deep down, you already know the rules were never about control. The rules were about love. And love is exhausting. Love means staying awake. Love means carrying burdens. Love means being disliked sometimes. Love means letting someone hate you today, so they're still alive tomorrow. And the reason I'm so tired is because every single one of you is worth it.
People always speak of us as though we were opposites, weren't we?
No.
That's the tragedy. You wanted to belong.
So did you.
You wanted purpose.
So did you.
You wanted someone to tell you that you mattered.
So did you.
You wanted to be special.
So did I.
You wanted to be chosen.
So did I.
You wanted the world to remember your name.
I wanted my life to mean something.
What's the difference?
Everything.
I remember loneliness, cold rooms, empty holidays, watching other children receive letters from home,
Watching fathers wait at King's Cross.
watching mothers smile.
I remember loneliness too.
surrounded by people,
Surrounded by wealth,
surrounded by expectations.
and still alone somehow.
I wanted power,
So did
I wanted certainty,
So did
I wanted to never feel helpless again.
So did
Then he came, powerful, certain, fearless.
Voldemort.
And suddenly, the world made sense.
Yes. For a while.
He promised purpose, he promised colors, spoke the same words, believed the same promises. Two Slytherin boys, searching for meaning. One kept walking, one turned back.
He saw potential.
He saw usefulness.
He offered power.
He offered belonging.
I took it.
So did I.
You threw everything away.
No.
Your future.
Your family.
Your life.
No. For the first time, I chose something more important than myself. Love.
Humanity.
Weakness.
That's what you called it.
Do you know what changed?
Creature.
An elf.
Family.
A servant.
And there it is.
The difference. You saw tools, I saw people.
You saw sacrifices.
I saw victims.
You saw unnecessary costs.
I saw cruelty.
Cruelty built empire.
And destroyed souls.
We were heirs, we were followers.
We were believers.
Children wearing dark marks.
Before we understood
What darkness truly was.
one saw fear.
And chose control.
One saw fear.
And chose compassion.
The world feared me.
The world forgot me.
History remembers my name.
And yet here we are.
I became immortal.
I became human.
Do you regret it?
The cave,
The locket,
the water.
the death,
No,
not even once.
be forgotten.
Sometimes,
Dying,
maybe,
the choice.
never.
Why?
Because for one moment,
One brief moment.
I stopped being what everyone wanted me to become, and became what I chose.
We were boys looking for meaning.
Boys,
Looking for purpose. Boys looking for someone to tell us we mattered.
one found power.
One found conscience.
One became a legend.
One became a ghost.
And somewhere between ambition and fear,
Our paths divided forever.
we were the same.
Once,
We chose the same master.
once,
We followed the same road.
until I saw where it ended.
And if you had stayed,
Then I,
would have become you.
that's why I left.
That's why I left. You know what's strange? For years I thought you hated me because I looked like him.
I did.
No, that's not the strange part. The strange part is that I spent years trying not to become James Potter. And somehow, I ended up becoming more like you.
Don't be absurd.
Really? Then let's count. We both grew up unwanted. We both learned survival before we learned happiness. We both spent our childhoods waiting for someone to notice we were hurting. You see?
That's the irony.
You spent years looking at my face. You never looked at my life, because if you had, you would have recognized it. James sought admiration.
You never did.
Exactly.
James liked attention.
I spent half my childhood trying to disappear,
You understood that.
even if you pretended not to.
And defense against the dark arts.
What about it?
You taught the same way I did.
Impossible.
No.
You taught reality.
Not theory.
Reality.
How to survive.
taught students the way a survivor teaches.
So did I.
Most professors teach subjects.
We taught threats.
Because neither of us ever expected the world to be safe. Because neither of us believed danger stayed in books. Because surviving changes the way you teach.
You hated incompetence.
I still do.
So do I, Lockhart.
Umbridge.
Every adult who cared more about appearances than protecting children.
See?
Again.
You think too highly of yourself.
No, I think too highly of you. That's different.
You spent years risking your life as a spy.
And you walked willingly to your death.
Neither of those things were bravery.
No?
They were necessity.
Perhaps. That's another thing.
People call us brave, but most of the time we were simply the people left standing, the people who couldn't leave, the people who saw danger and stepped forward because nobody else would.
You saw James when you looked at me,
I did.
and I saw an angry teacher.
I was.
But underneath that, there was a boy who survived just like me.
And maybe that's why we understood each other so poorly. Because the similarities were too uncomfortable.
Potter. Yeah?
You were never as much like your father as I feared.
And you were never as different from me as you hoped.
A Malfoy does not hesitate. A Malfoy does not tremble. The world is cruel enough without teaching children softness. Fear kept this family alive. Fear built these walls. Fear protected our name when weaker families vanished. Every lesson I gave my son was written in survival.
Not cruelty.
Survival.
Then look at what survival has done.
Look at his eyes.
Look at his hands.
Look at the way he measures every word before he speaks.
Look at the way he apologizes.
For things that were never his fault. You see an heir.
I see a frightened boy.
You call it strength.
I call it fear.
You call it discipline.
I call it a child.
Terrified of disappointing his father.
You call it legacy.
I call it another boy.
Disappearing beneath expectations.
Not this one.
Not my son.
The world is dangerous.
Love does not stop curses.
Love does not stop wars.
Love does not stop monsters.
You think kindness protects people?
Kindness did not save our world.
Power did.
Preparation did.
I taught him reality.
Because reality shows no mercy.
Reality.
Then let us speak of reality.
A 16-year-old carrying impossible expectations. A child sent into darkness by adults too frightened to go themselves.
And another boy.
A famous boy, a lonely boy, raised for war before he understood life.
Different names.
Different
The
houses.
same burden.
One inherited a prophecy.
One inherited a family.
neither inherited peace.
You call it honor,
I call it pressure.
you call it duty.
I call it fear dressed in finer clothing.
And every generation repeats the lie.
Until children forget,
They were allowed to be children.
the world rewards strength.
It always has.
It always will
I refuse to let my son,
enter that world unprepared.
if he hates me for that, so be it.
And if he breaks because of it,
If he survives,
but forgets how to be happy,
if he grows into a man,
who mistakes fear for love,
tell me, Lucius,
what exactly have you saved?
not this boy,
Not my son,
not while I still breathe,
not the child carrying a prophecy,
not the child carrying a family name,
not the child carrying a
not any of them,
Children are not weapons,
not heirs,
not symbols.
not sacrifices.
They are children.
And somebody must remember that. Perhaps the world is not gentle enough for your ideals.
Then perhaps the world has had enough men trying to make children harder.
You wish you were grown already. No rules, no lessons, no one telling you no. You see power wrapped in velvet, authority wrapped in gold, and you mistake surviving for being strong. Very well then. Be my guest, be my guest. Put that confidence to test. Lead a house full of frightened people while the world demands the rest. Answer problems before sunrise. Hide exhaustion from young eyes. Stand between the people you love and things that want them harmed. Keep your voice calm during crisis. Smile politely through surprises. Carry burdens no one notices and call it doing fine. And when darkness pounds against the door, you do not get to fall apart. Be my guest, be my guest. You think adulthood means freedom? No, it means responsibility. It means being terrified and showing courage anyway. It means carrying everyone's fears while hiding your own. Children see authority, they never see the cost. Some of you dream of power, some of you dream of freedom, some of you dream of recognition, some just want somewhere to belong. Some hide pain behind laughter, some hide fear behind anger, some wear pride like armor, some pretend they need nobody.
And all of you look at adults as if we conquered fear itself. No, we simply learned how to function despite it. You think strength means certainty. It doesn't. Strength means moving forward while uncertainty follows you. Be my guest, be my guest. Try making choices for others. Try knowing one mistake could hurt someone you love. Try lying awake at midnight, replaying every conversation, wondering if you missed something, wondering if tomorrow will cost more than today. Do you know what leadership is? It is listening when you're tired. It is staying patient when you're angry. It is standing tall after everything caught fire. It is hearing every nightmare, every fear, every broken heart, and finding enough strength to stay gentle anyway. It is carrying responsibilities no one thanks you for, because someone has to. You wish to wear a crown, then understand what crowns become. Heavy things, heavy enough to bend backs, heavy enough to steal sleep, heavy enough to turn bright people into quiet ones. Power is not glory, power is weight. And here's the secret no adult likes admitting. Most of us are guessing, most of us are frightened, most of us are trying our best with less certainty than you imagine. So next time you wish you were older already, remember this: someone stayed awake while you slept. Someone stood between you and things you never saw. Someone carried burdens you never knew existed. And someday, when responsibility finally finds you, you will understand why tired people become quiet, why strong people sometimes cry, why old souls stare into fires, why childhood leaves too quickly. Children dream of growing older, adults dream of one more year before the wait arrived. So be my guest, be my guest.
They called me a hero afterward. Funny word, hero. Sounds glorious. Sounds clean. But surviving war as a child isn't glorious. It's ugly. It's nightmares and funerals, and realizing every adult around you expected you to die bravely if necessary.
Cedric,
Sirius,
Dobby,
Fred.
every year somebody disappeared.
And people kept looking at me like survival was supposed to make me inspiring.
I got so tired of being helpless.
So tired of arriving too late, too weak, too young. And that's the horrifying part.
Power stopped feeling dangerous.
It started feeling comforting.
Because when you've buried enough people,
Control starts sounding merciful.
and some nights
God, I understand Tom Riddle more than I ever wanted to.
Spending your whole life standing beside extraordinary people and wondering if anyone would have chosen you first.
Harry got destiny, Hermione got brilliance in me.
I became useful.
The comic relief, the sidekick, the loyal friend. Like loyalty was the only thing people expected from me.
And war made that worse.
Because suddenly people noticed me only when I was willing to die too.
For once, I mattered as much as they did.
Do you understand how addictive that feels to someone overlooked their entire life? I hated how badly I needed that. And afterward,
I started resenting people faster.
trusting less, comparing more.
Because once you've spent years feeling second best,
Bitterness starts sounding safer than vulnerability. The ministry rebuilt itself too quickly.
same corruption,
Same smiling politicians,
same incompetent adults pretending order existed.
while children cleaned up their disasters.
And everyone expected me.
To trust the system again.
No.
I watched hesitation kill people. I watched rules fail repeatedly.
And eventually I realized something terrifying.
Good intentions are meaningless.
Without control.
People call intelligent women ruthless.
The moment we stop asking permission,
So yes,
I became controlling.
because chaos kills,
Because mercy without structure
gets innocent people buried.
So I started planning further ahead, watching people more carefully.
Preparing for threats earlier, and little by little,
Paranoia started sounding responsible.
I became obsessed with prevention.
I became terrified of being insignificant again.
I became terrified of losing control.
And something changed in us.
Something bitter.
Something dangerous.
Something dangerous.
Tom Riddle wanted power because he hated helplessness.
Darkness doesn't always begin with evil.
Sometimes it begins with humiliation,
With envy.
with always feeling lesser.
And sometimes darkness looks intelligent.
Order, surveillance, control, convincing yourself.
Fear is the same thing as safety. We survived war as children.
Children aren't supposed to watch their friends die.
Children aren't supposed to become survival strategists.
Children aren't supposed to carry entire wars on their back.
One became addicted to control.
One became consumed by resentment.
One became obsessed with order.
And all of us called it protection.
Because trauma sounds rational.
Inside your own mind.
Especially after the world proves how dangerous chaos truly is. And maybe that's the real tragedy.
Not that we defeated darkness.
But that part of it survived.
Inside all three of us.
They called us heroes afterward.
But nobody asked what surviving did to us.
And maybe they were too frightened
To hear the answer.
Still desperate for attention, Potter.
You really don't hear yourself, do you?
Fame made you arrogant.
No.
Surviving made me angry. There's a difference. You all keep calling me arrogant because none of you can imagine what it costs to survive publicly. I was 11 years old.
11.
And adults whispered about me like I was some kind of political symbol. instead of a traumatized child.
Do you know what fame actually felt like?
Being stared at constantly by strangers who expected gratitude for my own parents dying. You call me spoiled? I slept in a cupboard. You call me arrogant? I spent half my childhood trying to become invisible. You call me attention-seeking. I learned young that attention usually meant danger. So don't stand there in silk robes talking to me about hardship! And yet you still carry yourself as though rules do not apply to you.
Because your rules are rotten.
Your entire world revolves around status, blood, names, power, fear. You sneer at people just to feel taller than them. And somehow you mistake cruelty for sophistication.
Careful.
No, I'm done being careful around people like you.
You know what's pathetic?
You spent years mocking me while hiding behind Voldemort. The second things became dangerous, you called Gryffindors reckless. But at least we actually stand for something. You pure-blood aristocrats hide behind manners while children die cleaning up your wars. Every insult from you sounds ridiculous because underneath all that elegance, you're terrified. You know what really angers me? People like you created Voldemort, not alone, but piece by piece. Every child taught superiority. Every person taught empathy was weakness. Every coward too afraid to speak as long as cruelty benefited them. And then all of you acted shocked when the monster turned on everyone else. You spent your whole life treating kindness like stupidity. Meanwhile, the only reason Voldemort lost was because people loved each other enough to die for one another. Something you still don't understand. You speak as though morality is simple.
No.
I speak like someone tired of watching adults excuse cruelty with elegant language. You call it tradition, discipline, legacy. But ugly things don't become beautiful just because rich people say them politely.
And another thing,
Stop calling me lazy.
I fought in a war before adulthood.
I watched people die before I could legally drink butterbeer. I carried your generation's failures on my back as a teenager. And somehow people like you still look at me like I should have smiled more politely through it.
I am angry
I should be
because every adult in my life
expected strength from a child while acting weaker than one themselves.
You call me arrogant.
Fine. At least my arrogance never required looking down on people weaker than me.
You call me emotional?
Good. At least I still feel things. You know what the real difference between us is, Lucius? You think fear makes people respectable. I think fear makes people cruel. And after everything I've survived, I would rather be angry than become someone like you. Do you know what I remember most about childhood? Not wealth, not gifts, not the manner. Fear. Fear of speaking incorrectly. Fear of embarrassing you. Fear of not being enough. Every dinner felt like an exam I could fail without warning.
I prepared you for survival.
No. You prepared me for performance. A perfect posture, a perfect smile, a perfect air. And somewhere inside all that perfection, I disappeared. You taught me blood mattered more than kindness, pride mattered more than honesty, control mattered more than comfort. And I believed you. God! I believed all of it. Because children trust their fathers even when they're terrified of them. I gave you everything.
You gave me expectations.
I gave you legacy.
You gave me pressure so heavy. I thought failure would kill me.
Do you know what it felt like when Voldemort moved into our home? Watching Mother barely sleep, watching you panic in silence, watching powerful adults become frightened children again. And suddenly I realized something horrifying.
You never felt safe either.
You were just better at pretending.
You spent my whole life teaching me that fear was weakness.
Then I watched you shake every time the Dark Lord entered a room. You told me power protects people, but all I saw was terrified men obeying someone crueler than them.
And then you gave me to him.
No, you let them mark me.
At 16.
Do you understand how young that is?
I couldn't sleep, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't even lower my sleeve without feeling sick. And everyone kept
calling me lucky.
Lucky.
I was a child holding murder in shaking hands,
while grown men watched.
I was trying to save his family
by sacrificing mine.
You think I had choices?
You always had choices. That's the problem.
You chose legacy over gentleness, reputation over honesty, fear over love. And now I don't even know which parts of me are actually mine.
Do you know what hurts most?
Not the pressure,
Not the fear,
not even the dark mark.
it's realizing
You loved me.
And still did this to me.
you taught me how to stand elegantly while falling apart internally.
How to sneer before someone notices fear. How to weaponize arrogance before anyone sees vulnerability. You called it strength,
But strength should not feel like terror.
I wanted you to survive.
Then you should have taught me how to live.
I spent years trying to become you.
And now I spend every day terrified that I
already have. fear of not being enough. Every dinner felt like an exam. I could fail without warning. I prepared you for survival. Now you prepared me for performance. A perfect posture, a perfect smile, a perfect air. And somewhere inside all that perfection, I disappeared. You taught me blood mattered more than kindness. Pride mattered more than honesty. Control mattered more than comfort. And I believed you. God, I believed all of it. Because children trust their fathers, even when they're terrified.
People always remember Sirius loudly. The brave brother, the rebellious one, the son who escaped. But no one remembers the boy who stayed behind. I was quieter than Sirius, softer too. He burned like wildfire. I burned slowly. Mother liked that better. I learned how to sit properly, how to smile politely, how to say the right things at the right dinners. I learned that a good son does not argue. A good son obeys. And God, I tried so hard to be good. Do you know what it's like growing up beside someone brighter than you? Someone louder, braver, harder to ignore. Sirius was everything at once, and I loved him for it, even when it hurt, even after he left. Because when Sirius ran away, he escaped, but I stayed inside the house after the shouting stopped, after mother's crying, after father's silence. And suddenly I was the son who had to be enough for two people. So I became what they wanted. Perfect posture, perfect air, perfect pure blood son. And every time mother looked proud, I felt emptier somehow. Then came Voldemort, and at first he felt like purpose, like certainty, like finally belonging to something bigger than fear and family expectations. He spoke and people listened, and boys like me, boys desperate to matter, would have followed anyone who made us feel chosen. So I gave him everything, my loyalty, my future, my name. I was 16. Sometimes I think people forget how young that is. But darkness always looks grander before you stand close enough to smell the blood. And then came Creature,
Sweet loyal creature,
he trusted me completely.
do you understand?
In that horrible house, full of cold people and cruel words, that elf loved me, maybe more gently than anyone ever had. And when I realized what Voldemort had done to him, something broke, not loudly,
Quietly,
like ice cracking beneath water. Because suddenly it wasn't politics anymore. wasn't glory or blood purity or destiny. It was cruelty, pointless cruelty. And for the first time in my life, I looked at the Dark Lord and felt afraid of what I had become. So I made a choice.
Not because I was brave like Sirius.
I wasn't, I was terrified. But maybe courage is not being fearless,
Maybe courage is being frightened.
still walking forward anyway. I remember the cave, the cold water, the potion, the way my hands shook. I remember wanting my brother, pathetic, isn't it?
Dying there.
And still wishing Sirius would come find me, would tell me I did something right for once, but he never knew.
No one did.
I disappeared beneath the water like I had never existed at all. And maybe that's the cruelest thing about Regulus Black. Not that he died, but that for so long no one realized he had tried to be good in the end. And God,
Serious?
Here we go.
How desperately you pretend we're different.
We are different.
Are we?
Same blood, same temper, same beautiful black family madness.
You think your anger was cleaner than mine?
Please,
I never tortured people for pleasure.
no. You just handed Severus Snape to a werewolf because you were angry and reckless.
Tell me again how noble you are.
I was 16.
So was I when they started praising my cruelty.
That's the difference between us, cousin.
When I became dangerous, they rewarded me. When you became dangerous, James Potter pulled you back.
Don't talk about James.
Why? Because deep down, you know I'm right.
James made me better,
Exactly.
and the Dark Lord made me worse.
That's the whole tragedy.
You had friends who laughed and dragged you toward light. I had followers who applauded every terrible thing I became.
You chose that.
Did I? Or was I simply loved correctly? For the first time in my life.
The Dark Lord saw my madness and called it devotion.
My violence.
And called it brilliant. My obsession and called it loyalty.
He turned you into a weapon.
No, he made me feel valuable.
God, that's the saddest thing you've ever said.
Don't pity me.
I don't. I think that's what terrifies me.
Because some days I look at you and realize if James Potter hadn't found me first,
If Remus hadn't looked at me kindly, if Lily hadn't called me out, if someone had rewarded my worst instincts instead,
you would have become me.
yes,
And if someone had grabbed my hand young enough, if Andromeda stayed, if Mother loved softly, if anyone had taught me gentleness instead of superiority.
you might have become me.
Funny, isn't it?
What is?
how close goodness and monstrosity actually are.
We are both impulsive,
Both arrogant,
Both loyal to the point of destruction,
both capable of cruelty,
both desperate to belong somewhere.
both children of House Black.
you inherited rebellion,
You inherited fanaticism.
you found James Potter,
You found Voldemort.
And maybe that was enough to decide everything afterward.
You know the worst part?
Tell me,
I still remember when you used to laugh normally.
so do I.
People always ask how someone becomes Voldemort. Like monsters appear fully grown. Like evil enters the world already screaming. But I looked at your memories.
The orphanage.
The loneliness, the way nobody touched you gently. And the terrifying part, I understood it.
Careful, Harry.
No, you don't get to scare me with calm voices anymore. I know what it feels like to grow up unwanted.
Cupboards, shouting, being looked at like something inconvenient.
You think you're like me?
I think that's what frightens you.
Because we're similar, aren't we? Half-blood boys, orphans in different ways. Angry too young, too powerful, too early.
The difference is,
I had the decency not to pretend I was kind.
no. The difference is, I had people who loved me before the anger consumed everything.
Love is weakness
That's what frightened children say.
when nobody holds them long enough.
You speak as though love saved you.
Sometimes it did, and sometimes it wasn't enough.
Cedric died anyway.
Sirius died anyway.
My parents died anyway.
So don't stand there pretending I survived because life was kinder to me.
Then why are you different?
Because I know what pain feels like. And because of that, I refuse to become someone who enjoys causing it.
You think I enjoyed it?
Didn't you?
The fear, the control.
Watching people tremble around you.
At first,
Yes, because fear feels powerful when you've spent your childhood powerless. And power feels safer than love. People leave, fear stays. God, that's actually sad.
do not pity me.
I don't pity you,
I think that's worse.
because part of me understands you so well. It makes me angry.
You were a lonely child, brilliant.
unwanted, hungry for control.
And somewhere along the way, you became so terrified of vulnerability that you carved every human thing out of yourself.
Weakness had to die.
No,
Tom did.
you think you're better than me?
No, I think I could have become you.
And I think that's the reason I hate you so much. Because every cruel choice you made feels like looking at a future.
I barely escaped.
You speak as though choice matters equally to everyone.
Doesn't it?
No. Some children are loved softly, others are shaped by survival.
And survival changes people.
Yes, it does.
But survival explains cruelty.
It doesn't excuse it. Because if suffering automatically creates monsters, then people like us never had a chance.
We were both lonely boys,
Both angry, both gifted.
Both starving for something.
One mistook fear for safety.
One mistook anger for strength.
One chose power over humanity.
One kept reaching for people.
Even after losing them. And maybe that's the real tragedy.
Not that Tom Riddle became Voldemort,
But that somewhere deep inside him, there was once a child who might have become someone else. And maybe that's what scares you most.
not that I hate you.
But that I understand you.
People always placed us opposite.
Because we were.
Were we? You wore black like a warning.
You wore arrogance like armor.
You followed monsters.
You followed James Potter.
Don't. There it is. James was my brother,
James was your son.
and Lily was yours.
Yes.
And we both burned for people who never belonged to us alone. We were not so different.
You hid pain behind laughter.
You hid yours behind cruelty.
You sharpened every smile into a weapon.
You turned every silence into a blade.
And somehow we both called it survival.
You think I was stupid?
I think you wanted people to think so.
Easier that way.
Yes.
A dog may play the fool and still remember every locked door.
And a prince may sneer from the shadows and still know every spell in the room.
Brilliant then.
Unfortunately,
Likewise.
We were brilliant boys.
broken in different houses.
I learned maps and moonlight.
I learned potions and curses.
I became an animagus for love.
I became dangerous for loneliness.
And neither of us came away innocent.
You followed James because he made the world brighter.
You followed dark boys because they made you feel powerful.
Power is warmth to boys left freezing.
And attention is air to boys suffocating.
Then perhaps we both were starving.
Don't make me agree with you, Snape.
Perish the thought.
I was cruel,
Yes,
so were you.
yes.
We both knew where to cut.
We both enjoyed it sometimes.
That is the part I hate.
That is the part that makes us honest.
And then Harry came.
Yes. The boy with Lily's eyes.
And James's face!
You saw your friend return.
You saw your enemy reborn!
I punished a child for resembling his father.
I loved a child for resembling his father.
Both were unfair.
Both were selfish.
We looked at Harry.
And saw ghosts instead of a boy.
I saw arrogance.
I saw salvation.
I saw James laughing.
I saw James living.
And neither of us saw Harry clearly enough. Maybe James left both of us behind.
In different ways.
You hated him and never escaped him.
You loved him and never survived him.
That's cruel.
That's true.
Two boys behind the same shadow,
Two men shaped by the same wall.
a black dog hiding brilliance,
A half-blood prince hiding grief.
we were not friends,
We were not brothers. We were not the same.
But we were never as different as we needed to believe. People speak of monsters softly, as though evil makes a sound, as though darkness enters screaming, so the innocent turn around. But no one fears the clever student with perfect posture, perfect grades. No one fears the quiet orphan who learned early how to behave. I smile politely in the hallways, I lower my eyes when teachers speak. I shake their hands and thank them kindly, and they never notice me. Because they think the devil has horns, burning eyes, and sharpened teeth. But real monsters learn much better ways to hide beneath civility. You think the devil wears shadows? Well, so did they. But I was clean and well-spoken, and praised for how I behaved. A charming smile, a careful voice, a brilliant mind they adored. No one sees a monster coming when he looks like everyone's golden boy. Every teacher called me gifted, every student stepped aside, some out of fear, some fascination. Most just wanted me to smile, because power wrapped in elegance feels much safer than it should. And people trust a monster faster when he makes them feel understood. I learned secrets from their silence, from the way they looked away. People tell you everything if you simply know what face to wear. They think evil shouts its presence, leaves destruction where it walks. But the darkest kind of cruelty learns to whisper while it talks. You think the devil has horns? No, darling, no. He wears pressed black robes at Hogwarts and speaks calm and soft and slow. He holds the door, he knows your name, he tells you exactly what you need. And by the time you fear him, you've already given him everything. I was just a lonely orphan, or at least that's what they saw. A quiet child with perfect manners. No one asked what came before. No one asked why anger lived there, hidden underneath my skin. Why I smiled like sharpened silver, why I never truly fit in. But pain becomes ambition when a child is left alone, and power starts to look like safety to a boy with no real home. So tell me, would you still
feared me, if I'd screamed instead of smiled? Or was it easier to love me while I still looked harmless? Dumbledore watched carefully. He saw something in my eyes. Not the mask, not the manners, something colder. But even he could not stop me, because monsters are not born with warnings. They are shaped quietly inside empty rooms where no one notices the child learning how to stop needing love. You think the devil has horns? Well, so did I. But evil rarely looks ugly when it first arrives. It smiles warmly, speaks gently, makes you feel important too. And by the time the mask is slipping, the monster already knows you. So if you seek the darkest creature, do not search for claws or knives. Sometimes the devil comes to dinner with perfect hair and thoughtful eyes. And the cruelest part, you may even pity him before you realize he's already become the thing everyone feared. Everyone feared. The being unwanted has a sound. Cupboard doors locking, heavy footsteps downstairs, adults pretending not to hear you cry. My cousin got 37 presents. I learned to stay quiet and not ask for things, because children who are tolerated learn quickly not to need too much. And somehow, before I even turned 11, the world had already decided I belong to it. Everyone wanted something from me, a miracle, a symbol, a weapon, a savior. But nobody looked at the boy standing underneath all that weight. Then came Hogwarts candles, magic, warm food, people saying my name like it mattered. And for one stupid year, I thought maybe my life was finally starting. Then Severus Snape looked at me like survival itself offended him. Fame clearly isn't everything. I was 11. 12 years old, hearing whispers in corridors, air of Slytherin, monster dangerous. And the terrifying part of me understood Tom Riddle immediately. Lonely children recognize each other, even when one becomes a monster. Because fear and loneliness do terrible things to boys. Lucius wanted power, the Ministry wanted peace, Hogwarts wanted legends, Tom wanted immortality, and Dumbledore wanted me ready. 13 Dementors ripping open old wounds I didn't even have words for yet. Everyone else heard screams. I heard my mother dying. Do you understand how horrifying that is, to have your worst memory be something you never actually lived through? And serious God, for one tiny moment, I thought maybe I could finally have family. And then the world took that too. 14 years old, children worrying about dances. I watched Cedric Diggory die, just like that. 1 second alive, 1 second gone, and suddenly I understood that people around me die constantly. And afterward the adults argued politics while I couldn't sleep at night. The ministry called me unstable, attention-seeking, dangerous, as though trauma in children is inconvenient rather than real.
15
Angry all the time,
and
nobody asked why. They just called me difficult. Meanwhile, Voldemort lived in my head. The ministry smeared my name publicly. Umbridge carved words into my skin, and every adult kept secrets like honesty would kill me faster than war. And then came occlumency, Snape tearing through my memories like my mind belonged to him, mocking my pain, sneering at my childhood. And the second I saw one memory back, he threw me out. Because apparently his trauma mattered. Mine was weakness,
and Sirius died.
because I was stupid enough to believe adults would have warned me properly if I was actually walking into a trap. 16. Dumbledore finally looked tired, and suddenly I realized something horrifying. The adults never knew what they were doing either. They were scared too, even him, especially him. And somehow that made me angrier, because if no one had answers, then why was I carrying all of this? Why was a child expected to survive a war built by broken adults? Tom Riddle wanted control, Lucius wanted status, the ministry wanted silence, Snape wanted revenge, Dumbledore wanted sacrifice, and me, I think I just wanted someone to tell me I could stop fighting for 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
I was never just a chosen one.
I was abused,
Terrified, lonely, angry.
a boy raised inside grief until it became part of his bloodstream. And maybe that's why I survived, because children who survive long enough sometimes stop expecting safety entirely. But God, I was still a child, even when the world kept forgetting it. So if history remembers Harry Potter as brave, I hope it also remembers this: bravery should never have been required from someone so young.
People always remember Sirius loudly.
And people barely remembered you at all.
The brave brother, the rebellious one, the son who escaped,
The perfect son.
mother's favorite, the brother I left behind.
You burned like wildfire.
You drowned quietly.
Mother liked that better.
I hated the way they looked at you, like obedience meant safety.
I hated the way they looked at you.
Like freedom made you dangerous.
Do you know why I ran?
Because you were brave.
No. Because I was angry.
Because every dinner felt like suffocating. Because father looked at us like heirs instead of children.
Because Mother only loved us when we behaved correctly.
She did love us.
Conditionally.
Maybe that was the only way she knew how.
After you left, the house became quieter.
I know.
No, you don't. Every hallway echoed after that. Mother cried when no one was looking. Father became colder somehow, and suddenly I was the only son left.
Reg.
So I tried harder.
Perfect posture.
Perfect grades.
Perfect air.
You were 16.
Old enough to carry expectations.
Too young to survive that.
I thought you hated me.
I thought you abandoned me.
I wanted to come back for you.
Then why didn't you?
Because I was a coward too. And then Voldemort came.
God.
At first he sounded like purpose,
Like certainty.
like finally mattering.
He preyed on children.
Yes, children desperate to belong somewhere.
And when I realized what he truly was,
I was terrified.
you should have come to me.
Would you have listened? Yes.
I wanted to believe that.
Do you know what I remembered in the cave?
Don't.
You teaching me how to fly on a broom. You laughing for real. You sneaking sweets into my room after Mother yelled at me. I remember thinking,
I want my brother.
I searched for you after the war. Too late.
I would have saved you.
I know. And that's what hurts most.
Because despite everything,
I never stopped loving you. You stupid, soft-hearted idiot!
you loud, dramatic hypocrite.
You know what the cruelest part is? What?
We spent so long trying to survive our family that we lost each other anyway.
I was the son who stayed.
I was the son who read.
And neither of us escaped unchanged.
One burned loudly.
One broke silently.
But we were just boys, trying to survive House Black. I was raised inside marble hallways, silver frames and polished pride. Taught that weakness was a failure and softness should be left to die. Every dinner felt like judgment, every word weighed carefully. Every smile had hidden meaning, every kindness came with strings. And my father spoke of greatness like it mattered more than breath. A Malfoy does not bend for anyone, not even death. So I learned to stand up straight, speak less, feel less. Because gold cannot raise a child, cold cannot teach someone love, and fear dressed up as discipline still leaves bruises no one speaks of. You see elegance and power, perfect role.
what kind of boy has to bury himself alive? At Hogwarts they called me fortunate, privileged, admired, refined. But every friendship felt conditional, every weakness a dangerous sign. Then came Tom Riddle, brilliant, calm, magnetic. He spoke like someone born above fear. And for the first time in my life I mistook obedience for purpose. Because boys raised without warmth will kneel before certainty. And little by little, fear began disguising itself as loyalty. So we wore black robes like armor, silver serpent at our throats, pretending calm and protection while drowning slowly in false hope. And every terrible thing we witnessed was explained away as necessary. That is how darkness survives. Not through monsters, through frightened men, too afraid to leave. Then Draco was born. And suddenly every cruel lesson sounded unbearable out loud, because I looked into my son's eyes and saw a child instead of an heir, a small trembling boy trying so desperately to make me proud. And God, I did love him more than my father ever loved me. But love becomes twisted inside families built on fear. So I taught him posture before comfort, perfection before honesty, control before vulnerability, and called it protection.
Mercy's saw through me sometimes.
The pauses, the shaking hands, the sleepless pacing through the manor halls. She knew I was afraid, afraid of Voldemort, afraid of failure, afraid that one mistake would destroy all of us. But pure-blood men are not taught how to confess fear, only how to hide it elegantly. History will remember Lucius Malfoy as proud, cruel, cowardly perhaps, and maybe some of that is true. But beneath the silk cravats and silver masks was just another frightened child, raised inside a house where love always came second to legacy.
Because power without warmth creates hollow men, and boys taught never to cry eventually forget how to be human. The tragedy of House Malfoy was never arrogance. It was generations of people who did not know how to love gently.
They call me mad now, as though madness came suddenly, as though little girls are born violent, as though darkness appears overnight. No, I was raised inside a house where love was measured through obedience, where softness was weakness, where daughters learned quickly that perfection mattered more than comfort. And I was good at it. Beautiful, brilliant, fierce, the perfect daughter of House Black. At least for a while. Because no one notices when devotion starts becoming hunger. I wanted to belong to something, to someone, completely. And he looked at me like power itself had taken human form. Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord, everyone else feared him. I loved him. Do you know what obsession feels like? It feels holy, like finally standing close enough to warmth after freezing your entire life. He spoke and the room listened. He entered and people trembled, and for the first time I saw someone who never apologized for being dangerous. So I stopped apologizing too. I laughed louder, fought harder, became crueler, because every terrible thing I did felt like proof of devotion. And somewhere along the way I forgot where Bellatrix ended and madness began. They say I tortured people smiling. They're right. But no one asks, what kind of woman becomes that empty? What kind of person burns themselves alive just to feel chosen? I would have died for him gladly, not because I was fearless, because I believed being loved by darkness was better than never being loved at all. Narcissa looked at me sometimes like she remembered who I used to be. And Andromeda, God, I hated her for leaving, because part of me envied her. She escaped. She found love outside the cage, while I chained myself willingly to something colder than death. But by then, it was too late. People like me do not know how to return from becoming monsters. Azkaban changed things. Silence, cold, on every happy memory. And still, even there, I whispered his name like prayer. Do you understand how tragic that is? To lose your mind slowly and still call it loyalty.
So history will remember Bellatrix, less strange as insane.
Violent, cruel, and maybe they're right. But before I became a warning, I was just another lonely girl, desperate to matter to someone powerful enough to make the fear disappear. Instead, he fed it, and I let him. Because broken people sometimes mistake obsession for love. And perhaps that was my real madness. Not violence, not cruelty, but loving something incapable of ever loving me back.
You stood in front of a classroom and hated me before I spoke. 11 years old, scared, famous for something that murdered my parents. And the first thing you ever taught me was that adults could hate children too. You looked exactly like him. Same face, same hair, same arrogance in your eyes. No, don't do that. Don't hide behind riddles and bitterness now. Not after everything. You mocked me for being arrogant before you even knew who I was. You humiliated me in front of entire classes. Took points because you were angry. Called me attention-seeking when I spent half my childhood trying not to be noticed at all. You think I wanted fame? I lived in a cupboard.
Do you understand that?
While you looked at me and saw James Potter laughing, I was sleeping beside spiders, wondering why nobody wanted me.
You hated my father
For humiliating children
and spent years.
doing the same thing to me.
You hated cruelty when it was done to you.
But when you held the power,
You called it discipline.
you called it teaching
You called it.
what I deserved. That is not fair, no? Then let's talk about fair.
Let's talk about our clemency.
You dragged me into a room alone and started tearing through my head without explaining anything properly. You invaded every memory I had like I wasn't even human. You saw my relatives hurt me, saw Dudley torment me, saw the cupboard, saw me chased, mocked, isolated, and you still sneered at me. Weakness disgusts you.
No,
Weakness frightens you.
then why did you laugh at mine?
You stood there watching memories I would have died to hide and treated them like entertainment. Meanwhile, I saw yours once, one single time, and I stopped. Because unlike you, I knew what humiliation looked like. I saw my father hurt you, and I hated him for it.
Do you understand how awful that felt?
Finding out my father could be cruel,
Watching Sirius laugh,
watching Remus stay quiet.
I defended you.
I defended you while you were still in
insulting me. I screamed at Sirius afterward, at Remus too.
Because none of that was funny.
None of it.
You think I wanted
James Potter as a father.
after seeing that?
You think I saw that memory and felt proud?
No!
I felt sick. He grew up, did he?
Yes.
People change.
Then why didn't you let me?
Every mistake I made you treated like proof that I would become him.
You never looked at me properly.
You looked at my face,
and decided who I was.
because if I wasn't,
James Potter reborn,
then you spent years
hurting a child for nothing.
You think you're the only person.
Who grew up angry.
You think you're the only person.
who knows what abuse does.
I know rage too.
I know humiliation.
Loneliness, fear.
The difference is, when I saw someone weaker suffering, I wanted it to stop,
You saw yourself in me
and punished me.
for surviving differently.
Do you know what hurt most?
Not the insults.
Not even the hatred.
It was realizing
But somewhere underneath all that bitterness was someone intelligent enough to know better. Someone who understood pain perfectly and still chose to pass it on. I tried so hard
not to become weak,
and I tried so hard
not to become angry like you.
Maybe we both failed sometimes.
Potter,
What? You have Yili's kindness and you have more courage than James ever did.
then why couldn't you?
Just tell me that.
Because every time I looked at you, I remembered everything I lost.
And every time I looked at you, I wondered why surviving had to hurt this much.
We were both children,
In houses that hated us,
both angry, both lonely.
Both taught to hide the wound.
one became bitter,
One became defiant.
both kept bleeding.
In rooms no one entered.
You were supposed to protect
Children.
I know. I know.
People always speak of heroes like they never break apart, like the good ones stay unshaken no matter what survives the dark. But no one sees the angry child with worn-out sleeves and tired eyes. No one hears the quiet boy who learned too young that love can die. I stood alone in empty hallways, grease-stained hair and second-hand robes, watching brighter children laughing like warmth was something they were owed. And she was sunlight through the windows in a life that always felt cold. I loved her long before I knew what love was supposed to be. They saw me as unpleasant, sharp-tongued, bitter, strange, but pain grows teeth when left alone and eventually learns to rage. James Potter walked like golden fire, like the world belonged to him. And every laugh from Gryffindor felt like another wound beneath my skin. Still, she smiled at me beside the lake, shared books beneath the trees, and for a little while the world stopped feeling cruel to me.
But children say terrible things when they're angry and ashamed, and one word can destroy everything. Mudblood. God, if I could tear that moment from time, I would. Because I watched her face change, watched trust collapse in real time, watched the only person who ever truly saw me look at me like a stranger. And after that, the anger only grew. Because hatred is easier than grief, cruelty is easier than regret, and bitterness feels safer than admitting your heart never healed. So I buried myself in darkness, in potions, in silence, in rage, among future Death Eaters who mistook emptiness for power. And by the time I understood what we were becoming, it was too late. Then came the prophecy, a stupid fragment of overheard words spoken to the wrong master by the wrong, desperate fool. And suddenly the woman I loved had a target painted on her back. I begged him, do you understand that? I begged Voldemort himself, not for glory, not for power, not even for my own life. For hers, take anyone else, spare her. But monsters do not bargain fairly. And when she died, something inside me died with her. People think grief is loud, that heartbreak screams. No. Real grief is quieter than that. It sits beside you for years, sleeps in the chair across the room, breathes down your neck in silence. It turns every happy memory into something sharp.
And still I stay
For her son, for her eyes staring back at me every single day. Do you know what punishment truly is? It is surviving. It is waking up every morning inside the ruins of your own mistakes. It is protecting the child of the man you hated, because the woman you loved would have wanted it. It is standing beside people who despise you, knowing they are not entirely right.
I became cruel sometimes,
cold, bitter, exhausted.
because grief rots people slowly.
Because grief rots people slowly when they never allow themselves to heal. But despite everything, every dangerous mission, every lie, every scar, I never stopped loving her. And perhaps that is the cruelest part of all. Not that Lily Evans died, but that Severus Snape survived her. People say monsters are born evil,
as though darkness arrives complete, as though children enter the world already hollow. But no one is born fearing love. No one is born believing attachment is weakness. No one is born looking at other people like temporary things. That is learned. I remember Wool's orphanage. Cold beds, gray walls, adults too tired to notice which children cried at night. And I stopped crying early, because eventually you learn no one comes. The other children feared me. At first I hated that. Then I realized fear was easier than loneliness. Fear meant distance. Distance meant safety. So I became good at it. Good at making people step back. Good at making sure no one could hurt me first. And when Dumbledore arrived, God, for one stupid moment, I thought my life was finally beginning.
Magic.
A place where I belonged, a castle full of people like me. But Hogwarts did not heal me.
It admired me instead.
There is a difference. Teachers praised brilliance while ignoring cruelty.
Students followed confidence.
Even when it felt cold.
And every time someone looked impressed,
the emptiness inside me grew quieter for a while.
Do you understand?
Power feels like love to children who grew up without affection. That is the tragedy.
Not that I became powerful.
That I mistook power for being wanted. I watched other students receive letters from home,
Christmas gifts,
warm embraces at King's Cross.
and I pretended not to care.
But envy rots people slowly,
Especially children.
especially lonely ones.
So I became exceptional.
Perfect grades, perfect manners.
Perfect control.
Because if no one would love Tom Riddle,
Then perhaps they would fear him instead.
and fear lasts longer than kindness.
Doesn't it?
People speak of Voldemort now like he appeared fully formed.
He didn't.
First there was just a boy who learned too young that vulnerability gets punished,
A boy who looked at love,
and saw dependence,
looked at trust.
and saw weakness,
A boy who wanted desperately.
to never feel powerless again.
And somewhere along the way,
Tom Riddle disappeared.
not all at once,
Slowly,
quietly,
one choice at a time.
one cruelty explained away.
One piece of humanity abandoned for the promise of never hurting again.
And maybe that's the cruelest truth of all.
Not that Voldemort was born a monster,
But that once,
long before the war, before the murders,
before the serpent and the name,
there was simply a lonely child who should have been loved better.
People always place us opposite sides. Because we were we?
Yes.
Interesting. Because every time I look at you, I see someone painfully familiar.
A lonely boy, a clever boy.
A boy desperate to matter.
And every time I look at you,
I see what happens when loneliness becomes ambition.
how poetic.
Tell me, Severus,
What did you worship?
Lily,
Exactly.
you call me obsessed.
You were.
You spent 20 years speaking to a ghost. You built your entire life around someone already gone.
Tell me again.
How we're different.
At least I loved someone.
Did you? Or did you love the memory of a girl who never got the chance to disappoint you? You know nothing about love.
No,
I know everything about devotion.
there's a difference.
Devotion without love is worship.
And love without letting go.
Is worship too.
That one hurt.
You froze your life the day she died.
And you shattered yours long before that.
True. You tore your soul apart.
You locked yours away.
One feared weakness, one feared loss. One chose power, one chose grief.
Both spent years building prisons and calling them purpose. Do you know what I envy?
You envy nothing.
I envy certainty.
You never doubted.
Why you kept going.
I doubted constantly.
Not the mission, not her.
Never heard
No.
exactly.
Do you know what I envy?
Power,
Peace.
peace.
The ability to stop caring.
The ability to look at another human being and feel nothing.
That wasn't peace.
No, it was emptiness.
People think I feared death.
You did.
No. I feared being insignificant,
Forgotten.
powerless.
I know.
Do you?
Every day.
People think I stayed alive because I was brave.
You weren't.
No.
Neither was
I
I.
stayed because I couldn't leave.
So did
I couldn't abandon her memory.
I couldn't abandon myself.
That's the tragedy.
Why?
The tragedy isn't what we loved.
Then what is?
That we built our entire lives around things we could never have.
One chased immortality. One chased yesterday. One feared death.
One feared forgetting.
One built empires.
One built regrets. And somewhere between ambition and grief,
Two boys disappeared.
I killed the boy I was.
I never left him.
Tell me, Severus,
If Lily had lived,
would you have moved on?
I don't know.
That's what I thought.
And if someone had loved you,
Truly loved you. Would Voldemort still exist? I don't know.
and perhaps
That's the answer.
that hurts the most.
Tell me. People think surviving is the happy ending, the reward, the miracle, the part where the story gets easier. They never tell you what comes after. When the war is over, when the masks come off, when everyone starts asking who you are without them. I spent my whole childhood becoming someone else, an heir, a symbol, a name, a future already chosen, before I could choose anything myself. And now the war is over, and I don't know who I'm supposed to be, because fear was simple, fear gave instructions, fear gave certainty. Fear told me where to stand and who to hate, but freedom is terrifying. Freedom means nobody tells you who you are anymore. I remember the dark mark, the weight of it, the way my hands shook every time I looked at it. People call it destiny, people call it honor, people call it loyalty, they never call it what it was. Terror, pure terror. I was 16 years old, 16, and every adult around me expected me to carry death like it was normal. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't breathe, and still people called me privileged, because wealth cannot stop nightmare, status cannot stop panic, and family names cannot make frightened children feel safe. You see marble floors, I remember walking them at night, wondering if tomorrow would be my last. Then the war ended, and suddenly everyone expected answers. Are you good now? Are you sorry now? Are you different now? And I wanted to scream, because people talk about redemption like it's a destination, a single choice, a single moment. It's not. It's waking up every day and choosing again. Some nights I still hear screaming, still remember faces, still remember fear, still remember standing there, unable to move, unable to choose, unable to be the person everyone needed me to be. And maybe that's the hardest part, knowing I wasn't brave, not really just frightened enough to finally stop lying to myself. I am not my father's mistakes, I am not Voldemort's war, I am not a family legacy wrapped in green and silver. I am what's left after all of that burned away, and maybe that's enough. Maybe healing begins when you stop asking who people wanted you to become, and start asking who you want to be. People think surviving
is the happy ending. Maybe they're wrong, maybe surviving is just the beginning.
People ask when Tom Riddle died, as though there was a murder, as though one terrible night changed everything. No. Tom Riddle died slowly, choice by choice,
Lie by lie,
lie by lie.
fear by fear.
The boy disappeared long before the monster arrived. I remember the orphanage, the cold, the silence, the feeling of watching other children receive things that were never meant for me. Letters, families, love. I remember wanting God. I remember wanting, and wanting hurts, so I learned something. If you want nothing, nobody can take anything from you. People call me heartless, interesting. I spent my childhood watching what hearts do to people. They break, they grieve, they beg, they suffer. Why would I keep mine? I remember Hogwarts, the admiration, the whispers, the way people looked at me, as though I were extraordinary. For the first time, the world felt predictable. Power made sense. Power obeyed rules. People did not, love did not, hope did not, power did. And every year the boy became quieter, the smile became easier, the lies became easier, the manipulation became easier, until one day there was no difference. I remember my first murder. People expect regret, horror, guilt. There was none, only silence, only the realization that the line everyone fears is far easier to cross than they pretend. After that, everything changed.
Every boundary,
Became negotiable.
every rule became optional.
Every life became smaller, and every step forward made the next step easier. That is how darkness grows. Not all at once, one compromise, one justification, one decision, repeated often enough that it becomes identity. People think I feared death.
They're wrong,
I feared insignificance,
being forgotten,
being powerless.
being ordinary.
Death was simply the shape that fear took. So I tore apart my soul again
And again,
and again,
and again,
not because I enjoyed it,
because I believe survival,
was worth any price, even humanity.
especially humanity.
The strange thing is, everyone asks whether I regret it,
As though regret changes anything,
as though remorse rebuilds graves.
as though guilt resurrects ghosts.
No,
I
remember every choice,
every dictum,
every betrayal,
every scream,
every sacrifice, and I understand them perfectly. That is what makes me dangerous.
not ignorance.
Understanding, I knew what pain felt like
I simply stopped caring.
when it belonged to someone else.
The world calls me monster. The world calls me evil. The world calls me unnatural, and perhaps they're right.
But every cruelty I learned was taught by human hands.
Every hatred,
Every prejudice,
every hunger for power,
every fear, humans created those long before me. I merely perfected them.
and in the end,
That is the great irony.
I spent my entire life
Trying to escape fear,
trying to escape death.
trying to escape the frightened boy who stared out orphanage windows
And wondered,
if anyone would ever come.
yet after all the wars, all the power,
All the immortality,
All the blood, he is still there,
waiting,
watching,
buried.
buried beneath layers of darkness, the only ghost
I
could never destroy. Tell me, which is more tragic, that Voldemort existed, or that Tom Riddle never truly disappeared? Because somewhere
beneath,
lays love.
beneath.
I remember wanting God
I remember wanting,
and wanting hers
I remember wanting.
and wanting hers. So I learned something.
If you want nothing,
Nobody can take anything from you. People call me heartless, interesting. I spent my childhood as though there was a murder, as though one terrible night changed everything. No, Tom Riddle died slowly, choice by choice, lie by lie, fear by fear. The boy disappeared long before the monster arrived. I remember the orphanage, the cold, the silence, the feeling of watching other children receive things that were never meant for me. Letters, families, love. I remember wanting God. I remember wanting, and wanting hurts. So I learned something. If you want nothing, nobody can take anything from you. People call me heartless, interesting. I spent my childhood watching what hearts do to people. They break, they grieve, they beg, they suffer. Why would I keep mine? I remember Hogwarts, the admiration, the whispers, the way people looked at me, as though I were extraordinary. For the first time, the world felt predictable. Power made sense. People love the story, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the hero. Funny, because heroes usually get choices. I got instructions, I got secrets, I got adults looking at me like I was the solution to problems they created. I was 11 years old, and somehow the entire world already needed something from me. Snape wanted revenge, the ministry wanted silence, the newspapers wanted headlines, Dumbledore wanted patience, Voldemort wanted victory, and somehow every road led back to me. A child, always a child. People talk about destiny as though destiny excuses things, as though calling something prophecy makes it fair. Do you know what I wanted?
Not glory,
Not fame,
not legends.
I
wanted parents, I wanted safety, I wanted 1 year when nobody died. You called me brave, I was terrified. You called me strong, I was surviving. You called me a hero, I was 15, and every time I needed help, another adult handed me another burden. You called it courage, I called it necessity. Cedric died and adults argue politics. The ministry called me unstable, attention-seeking, dangerous, as though grief in children was some kind of inconvenience. Then Sirius died and everyone looked sorry, as though sorrow could rebuild a life, as though regret could bring him back. I watched Brett die, I watched Rebus die, I watched Tonks die, I watched people I loved disappear one by one. And afterward, people celebrated victory. Victory, that's a strange word for standing in the ruins of everything you fought to protect. The thing nobody tells you about surviving is that surviving doesn't feel like winning. You called me brave, I was exhausted. You called me strong, I was breaking. You called me a hero, I was 17, and every time I looked around, another person was missing from the room. You called it courage, I called it grief. Do you know what makes me angry?
Not Voldemort.
I understand Voldemort. Fear, control, power, loneliness, I understand all of it. What makes me angry
Is how many good people
looked at broken children,
and called it destiny.
how many adults
Looked at frightened boys
and called them soldiers.
how many children
We're expected to carry wars they never started, because courage is not beautiful. Courage is what children learn when nobody else protects them. You called me the chosen one, I never chose any of it. Not the prophecy, not the war, not the death, not the burden, but I carried it anyway, because somebody had to.
because nobody else would.
Because every time I felt,
Someone I love,
paid the price. Called it courage,
maybe it was.
but it should never have been required from someone so young. People remember the boy who lived,
I remember
the children who didn't. And that is the part of the story nobody likes to tell.
People always remember the wolf, the claws, the moon, the monster. Funny, because that's never what frightened me most. No, the thing that scared me was surviving. I remember 4 boys, a train compartment, bad jokes, chocolate frogs. The feeling that maybe for the first time I belong somewhere. James laughed too loudly. Sirius laughed at everything. Peter laughed because they did. And me? I just listened, trying to memorize it, as though some part of me already knew it wouldn't last. People call us legends now. The Marauders, a map, pranks, stories. They never tell you what happened afterward. One died, one betrayed us, one disappeared, and one remained me. I buried James, I buried Lily, I buried the future we thought we'd have. And then I spent 12 years pretending that survival wasn't another kind of grief. Then Sirius came back. God, for one brief moment, the world felt possible again. My friend, my brother, alive, laughing, still reckless, still impossible. And for a little while I remembered who I used to be. Then the veil took him too, and suddenly I was the last one again. Do you know what survivor's guilt feels like? It isn't loud, it doesn't scream. It sits quietly beside you at breakfast, on empty holidays, in photographs, in names nobody says anymore. It whispers, why not you?
Why are you still here?
I asked myself that question for years.
When James died,
When Sirius died,
when Dumbledore died,
when the war kept taking
and taking,
and taking,
then Tom smiled at me.
and somehow that terrified me more than death ever had. Because love means having something left to lose.
I almost ran,
God help me, I almost ran.
not because I didn't love her,
Because I did. And loving people had become synonymous with losing them. Then Teddy was born, tiny hands, tiny heartbeat, a future. And for one impossible moment, I thought maybe the story was changing.
maybe this time,
Someone would get to stay.
maybe this time,
The war wouldn't take everything.
maybe this time,
I could be more than the last survivor. I was wrong. People tell stories about heroes,
about sacrifice,
about courage.
but courage isn't dying.
Courage is loving people when you already know.
How much it will hurt.
Courage is staying.
Courage is hoping.
Courage is building a future in a world that keeps breaking. And if anyone remembers Remus Lupin,
I hope they remember this.
not the wolf,
Not the scar.
not the monster,
Remember the man
who kept loving people even after burying half the world. Because in the end, that was the bravest thing I ever did.
I was never the strongest,
Never the cleverest, never the boldest.
just the one who kept going.
The strange thing about war is that everyone tells stories about how it ends. Nobody tells stories about what comes after. Nobody tells you what happens when the battle is won. When the dead stay dead, when the castle grows quiet, when everyone goes home and you don't, because part of you never left. People called me brave, people called me a hero, people called me the chosen one. Funny, I spent most of my childhood terrified of failing, terrified of losing people, terrified that one day I would become him. And then the war ended, and suddenly nobody needed Harry Potter to save the world anymore. The problem was I didn't know who Harry Potter was. Without a world to save, I walked through empty corridors and heard ghosts. Fred laughing, Sirius joking, Remus teaching, Tonks smiling. The castle felt smaller somehow, like it had lost pieces of itself. Maybe we all had. People think grief arrives all at once. It doesn't. It arrives at breakfast in photographs, in empty chairs, and names nobody says anymore. Sometimes I still reach for people who aren't there. Sometimes I still turn around, expecting to hear Sirius or Fred or my mother. Sometimes I wake up and for one beautiful second forget they're gone. Then I remember and I lose them all over again. The thing nobody understands is that surviving doesn't feel like winning. Not when enough people die, not when every victory has a grave attached to it. I carried so many people for so long. The prophecy, the war, the expectations of fear. And when it was finally over, I didn't feel stronger, just tired. God, I was so tired. But then Teddy laughed, Ron complained, Hermione rolled her eyes, Ginny smiled, and life kept happening quietly, patiently, without asking permission. Maybe that's what healing is, not forgetting, not moving on, not becoming someone new. Just learning how to carry the love without carrying the guilt. Just learning that surviving doesn't make you responsible for everyone who didn't. People remember the boy who lived, but that's not who I wanted to be. I didn't want to be a symbol or a legend or a story. I just wanted to be Harry, and after everything, maybe that's enough, because the war is over now. The dead are loved, the living are trying, and for the first time in my life, nobody needs me to save the world. They just need me to live in it. The war is over, the ghosts remain, but so do I. And maybe for the first time, that's enough.
People think I ran away. Funny. As though leaving was freedom. As though walking out the door means you've escaped. I left the house at 16. Left the shouting, left the portraits, left the expectations, left the family name burning behind me. And for one glorious moment, I thought I was free. Then James opened his door, just like that. No conditions, no tests, no pure blood nonsense. Just a spare room, a warm meal, a place at the table, and God, I think that was the first time I understood what home was supposed to feel like.
Because home isn't walls, home isn't blood, home isn't a family tree framed in silver and gold. Home is the place where nobody asks you to become someone else.
And for a little while, I thought I'd found it. Then the war came, and suddenly we weren't boys anymore. James married Lily, Remus smiled more often, Peter laughed less, and the future seemed close enough to touch. Then everything shattered. One night, one betrayal, one grave, and I lost home again. Azkaban was cold, but do you know what hurt most? Not the Dementors, not the darkness, not the years, the silence. Knowing James was gone, knowing Harry was growing up, knowing I had somewhere to be and no way to get there. 12 years, dreaming about a home I couldn't reach.
Because home wasn't Hogwarts, home wasn't Grimmauld Place, home wasn't freedom, home was a laughing idiot with messy hair, calling me brother, and a little boy
should have known me sooner. Then I escaped, and for one impossible year, I got him back, Harry, God. He looked so much like James, but he wasn't James. He was kinder, sadder, more tired than any child should be. And every time he smiled, I started believing again. Maybe after the war, we'd have time. Maybe we'd sit together. Maybe we'd talk. Maybe I'd finally be what I was supposed to be. A godfather, a family, a home.
Maybe, maybe, maybe.
But that's the thing about my life.
Every time I reach home,
Something took it away.
the blacks, the war,
Azkaban,
the veil.
fate always seemed one step faster than me. People call me brave,
Reckless, loyal, defiant, maybe. But if I'm honest, I spent my entire life searching for somewhere to belong. I left one house, lost another, almost found a third. And maybe that's the tragedy. Not that serious black died, but that after all those years, searching for home,
I never quite made it there.
people remember the hero, the father, the man who stood between his family and a curse. Funny, because that's not who I remember. I remember a boy, loud, arrogant, certain the world was made for him, the sort of boy who entered every room already expecting to be liked. And most of the time, I was. I had friends, real friends, the kind people spend their entire lives searching for. Sirius, Remus, Peter, 4 boys against the world. Or at least, that's how it felt. We laughed too loudly, stayed out too late, thought we were immortal, thought consequences were things that happened to other people. And God, we were cruel sometimes, crueler than we admitted, crueler than we wanted to remember. I spent years mistaking confidence for character, attention for respect, laughter for approval, and cruelty for harmless fun. Then Lily Evans looked at me like she wasn't impressed, and for the first time I wondered if she was right. Severus hated me, I told myself he deserved it. It was easier that way, easier than admitting
that sometimes I enjoyed winning, sometimes I enjoyed being admired, sometimes I enjoyed having power over someone weaker. That's not a comfortable truth, but it's true. And growing up starts when the truth matters more than pride. Everyone thinks I changed for Lily, that's not quite right. Lily didn't change me, she challenged me. Every argument, every disappointed look, every moment she expected better. She handed me a choice over and over again, and eventually over and over again I got tired of being the boy she was disappointed in. Because love isn't magic, love doesn't fix people, love just gives them a reason to become better. And somewhere between the arrogance and the growing up, I started becoming someone worth loving back. Then Harry arrived, tiny fingers, messy hair, my eyes, Lily's everything else. And suddenly, the future wasn't about me anymore. It was about him, about what kind of world he deserved, about whether he would grow up feeling safe, feeling loved, feeling chosen. The war kept getting darker, friends disappeared, people died, the future grew smaller. And yet, for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid for myself, only for them, only for Lily, only for Harry. Funny, the boy who once thought he was the center of the universe finally found people more important than himself. People say I died protecting my family. That's true, but it started long before that. It started the first time I listened, the first time I admitted I was wrong, the first time I chose kindness when arrogance would have been easier. Because heroism isn't one moment,
It's thousands of choices
made long before anyone is watching. And if I became a better man, if I became a good father, if I became someone worth remembering, it wasn't because I was extraordinary, it was because Lily was right.
about Severus,
About me,
about who I could become.
about who I needed to be. The funny thing is, I spent years trying to impress her. In the end, I think I just finally listened.
I was not born bitter, I was not born cruel. I was a child with empty pockets, trying to survive a world that never felt warm. I learned early that clever boys get noticed, that useful boys get tolerated, that lonely boys learn to stop asking for help And somewhere between silence and survival, I forgot how to be young. People remember the anger, the sharp words, the cold eyes, but anger was never the wound, only the scar. I stayed when others ran. I stayed when hope was gone. I carried ghosts through empty corridors and called it strength. I wore 100 different faces until I forgot my own. And after everything, after all the lies, all the wars, all the years, I remained the man who stayed. I wore darkness like armor, wore discipline like chains, built walls so high even I could not climb them. The world called it resilience, the world called it strength. But strength is not surviving alone. Strength is remaining human when bitterness feels easier. People think redemption feels glorious. It doesn't. It feels lonely. I stayed when others ran. I stayed when hope was gone. I carried ghosts through empty corridors and called it strength. I wore 100 different faces until I forgot my own. And after everything, after all the lies, all the wars, all the years, I remain the man who stayed.
The boy, the student,
the spy,
the teacher,
the headmaster,
the ghost,
layer after layer,
mask after mask,
until one question remained. Who was I beneath all of them?
Who was I? Who was I?
Who was I beneath the shadows?
Who was I? Who was I?
Who was I beneath the pain? When others fell,
I stayed
when everything burned, not because I was fearless, not because I was noble, but because someone had to remain when the darkness came. And maybe that is enough. Not a hero, not a legend, not a martyr,
just a man,
who kept going,
just a man.
who stayed. The castle grows quiet, the ghosts grow distant, the war becomes memory, and still I remain the man who stayed. They whisper when I walk by, like secrets stitched into the walls. I hear my surname before my own, as if that's all I am at all. They search my face for borrowed sins, for darkness hidden in my skin, a child punished for stories I never had a hand within. I lost my mother far too young, watched my father learn to cry, the strongest man I've ever known, trying not to break inside. Tell me, how do you outrun a shadow you've never even cast? How do you prove your innocence when everyone prefers the past? They called me heir to darkness, the son of fear and shame. They searched my eyes for Voldemort before they learned my name. But I was never made of hatred, I never chose that road. I spent my whole life proving I am not the blood I hold. I fell for quiet laughter, red hair dancing in the sun. I never asked for anything except to simply be someone. Then came another lonely soul, a girl stitched together from grief. She wanted family more than anything, and I understood that need. I saw the child beneath the storm, even when the world saw threat, because abandoned hearts recognize the pain they can't forget. Maybe mercy isn't weakness, maybe kindness isn't small, maybe choosing not to hate is the bravest choice of all. They called me heir to darkness, the son of fear and shame. They searched my eyes for Voldemort before they learned my name. But I futures, saw a world consumed by fear, watched friends disappear like smoke and still chose to stay here. I wasn't born a hero, I wasn't born a king, I was just a frightened boy who tried to do the decent thing. And if my mother saw me now, would she finally understand that love survives in quiet hearts and gentle hands?
You called me heir to darkness, the son of fear and shame. You searched my eyes for Voldemort
before you knew my name. But I was never made of hatred, I never wore his crown. I chose compassion over power, and I won't let it drag me down. I am Draco's son, I am Astoria's light, I am the boy who stayed kind even when the world decided I should become its fright. Let them tell their stories, let them fear what they don't know. I'll keep choosing who I am, again and again and again, until one day they stop saying he could have been a monster, and finally say he was Scorpius.
first name belonged to a legend, a man everyone admired, a man who carried secrets and called them love. My middle name belonged to a ghost, a man everyone feared, a man who carried grief and called it duty. And my last name belonged to the boy who lived, the hero, the savior, the father, and somehow all three of them arrived before I did. Tell me, how do you become yourself when your very name already belongs to everyone else? I am not Albus Dumbledore, I am not Severus Snape, I am not Harry Potter, I am not wisdom, I am not sacrifice, I am not a story people whisper about. I am just a boy trying to answer to names too heavy for a child to carry. I wasn't sorted where they expected, I wasn't brave the right way, I wasn't charming enough, wasn't loud enough, wasn't enough of him. I watched my brother move through corridors like sunlight belonged to him. I watched people smile before he'd even spoken, and I wondered what was wrong with me. They called him James, they called him Potter, they called me disappointment, even when they didn't say it aloud. I am not Albus Dumbledore, I am not Severus Snape, I am not Harry Potter, I am not courage, I am not greatness, I am not the future they imagined. I am just a boy trying to survive inside expectations I never chose. Then I found someone who looked at me and didn't see my father, didn't see a legend, didn't see a failure. He saw me, a strange boy, an angry boy, a lonely boy, and somehow that was enough. For the first time I stopped feeling invisible. People called him dangerous, people called him cursed, people called him names he never deserved. Funny, I knew exactly how that felt. I remember my father angry, words spoken in fear, words he never meant. I wish you weren't my son, he took them back. But some sentences build homes inside your ribs and never leave. I remember wondering if everyone would have been happier if I had been someone else, more like James, more like Harry, more like the stories, less like me.
But I am tired
of apologizing for existing differently, tired of carrying ghosts who never asked me to become them, tired of believing that love has to be earned. I carry Albus, I carry Severus, I carry Potter, but I don't have to become them.
I can learn from their failures. I can honor what they gave. I can love without repeating, forgive without forgetting, and choose my own name again and again and again, because I was never meant to become the people before me. I was only ever meant to become myself. My first name belonged to a legend. My middle name belonged to a ghost. My last name belonged to a hero. But this life belongs to me, and maybe for the first time that is enough.
People remember the traitor, the rat, the coward, the man who sold his friends for his own survival. Funny, because no one remembers the boy, the one who laughed too loudly at jokes that weren't always funny, the one who ran to keep up, the one who wanted so desperately to belong. James burned like sunlight, Sirius burned like wildfire, Remus carried quiet storms, and me, I just tried not to be left behind. Tell me, what do you become when everyone you love feels larger than life, and you feel small? I wasn't brave like Sirius, I wasn't loved like James, I wasn't good like Remus. I was just Peter, trying to matter, trying to stay, trying to believe I deserved a place beside them. And God, I was afraid. We became Animagi together. Do people remember that? Years of secrets, years of mistakes, years of moonlit forests. 4 boys breaking rules for someone they love. Nobody does that for a person they never cared about. They called me Wormtail, I think it started with affection, the way boys show love before they learn gentleness. But sometimes I wondered if anyone saw me outside the joke, outside the shadow, outside the fear. I laughed when they laughed, I followed where they led, and every day I feared that one day they would realize they didn't need me at all. I wasn't brave like Sirius, I wasn't loved like James, I wasn't steady like Remus. I
I was just Peter, watching heroes from beside them, trying to become.
I learned very early that love had conditions. Love belonged to pure blood, to obedience, to fear. It never belonged to me. I was the girl who lowered her eyes, who spoke too softly, who apologized for existing before anyone asked her to. The ugly daughter, the frightened daughter, the daughter no one protected. I watched the world through cracked windows. I dreamed of sunlight. I was never meant to touch. And then I saw him laughing free, kind without trying. Everything my life had never been. I thought perhaps if someone looked at me gently, all the broken pieces would finally fit together. So I reached for magic, for hope, for something, anything. People call it selfish, cruel, they aren't wrong, because love born from fear is still fear, and desperation can wear the mask of devotion. He smiled at me, he held my hand, he spoke my name, and every part of me knew that none of it was real. But for the first time, I wasn't invisible. For the first time, someone chose me, even if it wasn't truly a choice. I knew Merlin helped me. I knew when the illusion faded, he looked at me as though waking from a dream. And I couldn't blame him, because I had stolen what was never mine to keep. I let him go. I could have forced him to stay, but I had already spent a lifetime trapped. I couldn't become the cage. I was not a great witch. I was not brave. I was not good. I was simply a girl who wanted to be loved. And in reaching for it, I lost everything. Then there was you, small hands, tiny cries, dark eyes staring into mine. My son, the only person who had ever belonged to me, without enchantment, without fear, without pretending. I wanted to love you enough to heal what came before. I wanted to stay. I wanted to be stronger. But grief is a quiet illness. It teaches you that tomorrow is a luxury. I was so tired, so very And I wonder sometimes if you remembered my voice, if anyone ever told you that before they called you monster, before they called you Dark Lord, before they feared your name, you were simply a baby sleeping in my arms. You inherited my loneliness, my hunger to be chosen, my terror of being powerless. And I pray, wherever broken mothers go, that you found pieces of yourself. I never could. I was not a great witch, I was not brave, I was not good. I was simply a girl who wanted to be loved. And perhaps that was my tragedy, and perhaps that was my humanity. But once, just once, I held my son close and whispered into the dark, you are real, you are wanted, you are mine. And perhaps, even if only for a moment, that was love. That was love.